Good afternoon, late afternoon. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again we're going to attempt to recreate a painting by another one of my favorite artists. We're going to continue our attempt to recreate this famous painting, St. George and the Dragon, by Paolo Uccello from 1456. There's some debate about that date. I think, maybe 1456, maybe 1470. Either way, it's one of the last paintings that he did. Now, as you may have seen just briefly before, let's put these paintings side by side up on the screen there. In the previous episode, we spent our time putting in the sky, the mountain, the ground, this background. So today, really what we're going to focus on is painting the princess, the dragon, the horse, and St. George himself. So we've got, some work ahead of us, but in many ways, a lot of the difficult work has been done since we've painted the background already. So that's going to make our lives a little bit easier. So let's just take a quick look here, just as a matter of getting some of our some things out of the way. We've talked already about the scale of difficulty, materials required, the biography of Paolo Uccello. I might want to talk a little bit more about that today. I don't want to do that right off the bat. Let me think about it. So then we spent most of our time working on the background. And I said that basically I was going to consider everything that wasn't the four figures, our background. And so today we're going to be focusing on the foreground, even though technically the grass right up front is closer to us than anything else. But I think that's going to be okay. I still anticipate 3 or 4 hours minimum to get these figures done in a reasonable fashion. So, this is a longer painting. I did say when we were talking about the scale of difficulty last class, when we were talking about the scale of difficulty, I did say that this painting was going to be in the certainly upper intermediate to advanced level. It doesn't mean that you can't do it, just that it would be a little bit of a tall order. Because we are going to be, especially when we're painting some of these figures, using some glazing, blending techniques, and on a very small scale, right? Like so much of the detail in here is so small that, if you're just at the beginning of your painting journey, it could be very discouraging. So that's why I say intermediate or advanced. Certainly, if you want to do it as well as Paolo Uccello did it, then you've got to be a master. You got to be at the top of the pyramid. So, I do want to just a quick reminder that if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can consider using the PayPal link. There's the link there. It's going to take you to my PayPal page where you can safely donate to the channel. It's going to look something similar to this. And I need a new blow dryer. One of the reasons why I was a little bit later than even I deleted is because I realized my hair dryer wouldn't work. And when I was trying to do my mustache, I realized, so this is going to have to be replaced this week. So if anybody wants to help support the channel, then you could donate through the PayPal link or send an e-transfer. So and just one last quick thing here is encouragement to join the Facebook group so that we can celebrate your work and I can give you some feedback on how to get better. There's our Facebook group, and there's 1,500 plus people who are part of this community. It grew totally organically from these classes, and so it's very cool to see it just continue to grow and grow and grow. You know what? Let's get right to it. Let's jump right. I was going to talk a little bit about Paolo Uccello, but I think I wanted to start painting since I'm already a little bit behind. Okay. So maybe the first thing we're going to do is put some paint on the palette. And I've got a whole bunch of these tubes of paint that... Oh, yeah, I see there's still plenty left in here. Might just make... Oh, well, this is going to be for black, but I didn't mean to squeeze so much out so quickly. Let's zoom back out. Not sure how much cool red I'll actually use here, but let's put a bit on the palette anyway. Definitely going to be using some white, so we'll get that out. This, I'm going to mix a black with that, in case you're wondering what I'm doing here. And I cut this tube of paint open last week, only to realize I didn't actually need so much of it, so we'll see. I put it back into the tube. Yeah, I might. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about this. I'm not sure how much is going to be salvageable there. This afternoon I've been building shelves and building a new bed for my daughter here, and just totally lost track of time. I was like, oh yeah, I got like, what, another 6 hours to go, let's rock and roll, turn the tunes up, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh my goodness, the show is supposed to start in 5 minutes. Yeah, definitely not ready. So my apologies for being late here. Yeah, we'll talk about, I got some books here I want to show, but okay, let's look at the, maybe let's do, okay, now that I've got my paint on the palette, let's start working on the foreground, the four figures, the princess, the dragon, the horse, and St. George himself. Maybe before we do that, let's take a look at the painting and just think about, you know, some of the colors we've got here and where indeed to start. Now, I guess first thing I notice, look how, well, the princess is super pale. I mean, she's almost pure white there. So we'll have to take that into account. That's, you know, her skin tone is going to be a very light brown. Her clothing, that's a warm red with, you know, we have to be careful not to make a pink here. So one way we can do that is by glazing with red on top. There's going to be a little bit of pinkish qualities, but I got green under there. The dragon, we see some warm greens with cool greens as highlights. We'll try to do most of it with warm greens. The horse here is mostly kind of a white, it's a slight grayish quality, but what is that gray? I don't know. Is that green? Okay, that's not what I'm there's a big splotch on the TV up there. Okay, yeah, I think it's a green. And obviously the armor's a gray. But kind of like a slightly bluish gray, I would say. Maybe even a bit of purple in there. So maybe it makes sense to start on the left side of the picture. Oh, there's Kathy in the chat there. Wow, just in time for me too. Hi, Michael in the group. Lucky daughter with a new bed. Yeah. It's a pretty rough kind of structure. I'm trying to build like a playhouse / bed, so it's gonna be because she likes climbing all over everything. Okay. Well, let's mix up. What should we do? A skin tone. Well, stay tuned to see if I electrocute myself with my hair dryer here. Just looking at it, it's like, oh goodness, that's not government approved. Would not pass a safety standard inspection. Okay, so let's make a bigger mixture of skin tones here. Yeah, we'll start out. So let's take our warm yellow and a little bit of warm red. You can see how, there's maybe 5-to-1 yellow to red here, and it looks quite orange. And now we're going to take some warm blue. If anything, her skin tone is going to be maybe more blue and yellow than red, to give it just a very subtle. Which is probably closer to his skin tone. In fact, I might start with this. I was going to mix another batch here that has much less, or has more white in it. But I think I'm going to start with a little bit more of this fleshy color, and then mute it down as we go. One thing about doing, again, these episodes where I just sort of stop and then start right up again is, I really like having a routine where I've got kind of a warm-up process. So there's kind of just jumping right into it. Sometimes it gives me a little anxiety because it's like, oh, I don't get a place to warm up or troubleshoot. We're just going to dive right into it. Okay. So let's bring these two guys up side by side now. Another thing I spent part of the day too is bracing this table, so There's a pretty good vigorous shake and it looks pretty stable. Good. Okay. Not swaying around like we're on a ship today. That's great. Baby steps. Hopefully you didn't. I think I got that muted just in time. That huge sneeze I just had. Okay. So I'm not sure. Maybe I thought this was a good brush. Is this brush just something about it? It's not giving me good vibes. Sorry. How is it possible that I spent all day today feeling great, not a cough or a need to blow my nose? The second we go live, my nose just starts dripping and running. Okay, I gotta fix that. Sorry, 1 second. To be careful not to give her too big of a nose. Oh, you may notice I'm using this particular kind of brush. I bought it like that, so it didn't get bent. Although it's maybe not the perfect brush for this occasion. There we go, this is a better brush. Okay. hand is already just a little bit big, I think. Or maybe not. I think so. I think it is. Feels something's off about it, so I'm just gonna scrub that away. Let's try that whole thing again. Oh, you know what? That's the. It's kind of deceiving me because. Okay, let's. I was comparing it to the original there, and I'm like, it's okay, yeah. So I think I had it right the first time. Okay, well, whatever. We'll paint it again. And you got it right the first time, and then you think you got it wrong, so you try to fix it. See, now it seems way too big for her body. Okay, let's erase it again. I think that's closer. I just don't have quite the same delicate quality that he painted her hand with. Okay, well, I could try to fix it again, but you know what? Let's just move on. Let's move forward. The other hand, it's going to be easier to paint that when I get a bit more of the other details in here. So maybe let's move to, what should we move to? You know what? Let's do that hair. Let me use this kind of orangey brown that I just mixed up while I was mixing my skin tones here. So what is that? That's hair, right? In fact, I'm going to take a bit of white. I should maybe just paint this almost with the same color I painted her skin color with. Because the previous color didn't have any white in it. And I could see it was going to take a while to build up a few layers so that it would show up over top of this black. Okay, so that's... her hair kind of comes to this little point. Doesn't... we'll leave that there like that. Hi, Barbara. Just had to go get a cup of tea. I'm good now. I've had a minor crisis. It's been averted, and now my painting is back to its happy place. Barbara says, it's lovely to be here too. It's just past 1 a.m. Pitch black. I'm in bed. I just woke up. I thought I'd check in. Barbara, you are... what a trooper. Oh, you're doing life drawings for birthday cards. There's 7 birthdays in the next week. Oh my goodness. That'll keep you busy. But that's awesome. You're making custom cards. I love that. Okay. So I'm going to transition to her clothing. So I am going to mix a little bit of white into some red. It's going to go a little bit pink. Again, I need to overpower any of my background that came up and over her body here. You know, and her sleeves are green. You know, I'm just going to paint this all red for right now. Won't be too hard to paint her sleeves green here shortly. I'm deliberately even just painting a little bit further over top of the background. So that I don't have a little halo of yellow. And as I said, even though this part of the robe is going to be green, I'm just going to paint it red for right now. Just paint all of this red. if I had if this part of the picture was larger and I had more room here, I'd oops. I obviously wouldn't paint it pink. And somehow I made a little mistake. Before with her clothing, but that would be like too hard to really fix here. So I'm just going to expand her clothing. Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense, does it? That was an oversight of mine last class. Like generally I try to paint over top of those lines so I don't have this problem where that background should be kind of coming up right up here. Same thing with this dragon's leg. I'll probably have to have it come down. I wonder if there's any way I could I could make her pregnant if I, but that would be weird, would it? Because see, I don't, this kind of drives me crazy. I could try to glaze some of that back. That would be a tricky fix, though. Maybe with the rain that's coming out of her hand. Again, tiny, you know, first world problems, but this doesn't mean it's still not some kind of a problem here. Barbara, hardcore British fan, you are for sure. Kathy says, I'm working on Lauren Harris's iceberg painting. It's fairly easy. It's really just what I need. And Barbara says, just heard from Sandra today. Her child is a boy, is 3 weeks old. Wow. Little kids. Let's do a few layers of that. Again, I'll take care of that hand a little bit here. Okay, maybe, you know, I'm going to blow dry this with my hair dryer that's falling apart here. Okay. The worst thing about the hairdryer not working is the fastest setting isn't working. So it's going to be a challenge today. I'm just wondering, maybe I should make her pregnant. Maybe is that the best solution? So her belly would be, let's just do that. Definitely changes the story a little bit. Exactly how, whose baby does the princess have here? Is this the dragon or the Prince St. George? I don't know. It's kind of cracks me up. I mean, also her belly's a little bit lower than maybe it should be, but we'll blame this on Paolo Uccello, right? We'll just say it's all his fault. Somehow, 500 years after he died, 550 or so. Okay. Barbara says, Happy Thanksgiving to the USA watchers. Absolutely. Barbara's making a sponge cake? Okay, let's see. What do I want to do now? I'm going to put that skin tone back on her chest there, where it's still a little bit that green. Needs to be overcome. Kathy says, George Jr., she looks about ready to pop. Georgina, could be Georgina, yeah. Let's, part of me, my instinct is I want to move on for a little bit. And I think yeah, let's, I don't want to get too, because things haven't gone perfectly great with the princess to start. So let's move on to the dragon for a little bit. Let's block him in. As I get more confidence, I'll feel better about doing, because I feel like I'm still warming up. I haven't had my traditional warm-up. I'm still transitioning from carpentry mode to painting mode. So, dragon. So mostly this is a warm green. So let's get that mixed up. So warm blue, warm yellow. Wondering, should I put any white in here? I think I'll be okay. I was contemplating maybe using a little bit of white to block out anything in the backgrounds. So I think he's going to be a little bit wider. Again, I'm not sure how I made a few little errors along the way here. Didn't quite paint many of these things as big as I maybe should have. I'm just going to paint that whole thing in Now, the anatomy of this dragon is certainly strange. It's definitely different than the kind of dragons we see. It's definitely different than the dragons we see in like pop culture today. So I did add a little bit of white in here. Because I gotta paint over some darker areas. Barbara says, Michael, I must tell you, my local church held a memorial service for our Ukrainian community to remember the Holodomor. We have hundreds of refugees living in our small town with host families. Oh, man. Wow, that's so cool. I mean, not the Holodomor, but that your community held a memorial. That's great. Wow. There's a refugee family that live in our building down in the basement right now. It's nice to see people coming together like that, and I wonder if that service has been done before. A lot of people haven't heard about a lot of these things until just relatively recently. Fortunately and unfortunately. You know, as a person of Ukrainian descent, it's kind of nice that more people are aware of some of Ukrainian history, but you'd probably want it to be happening under different circumstances, right? Kind of want people to be learning about this terrible moment in Ukrainian history, not when there's another terrible moment in Ukrainian history unfolding. Okay, so we got on one side 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel like I need to add another. Don't know where I would do that though. Should it be? Yeah, I think I don't have much of a choice. Okay. Well, Barbara says, yes, it's very cool. It's the first time they've done that. That's so neat. The interesting thing we'll just see is how many families will go back to Ukraine after this ends. So what's kind of drives me crazy is little areas where I didn't quite paint right up to the edge. And so it's just a little bit light on color. Okay. Now, do I want to do any more with the dragon? Maybe I should paint back over this with just my green. Sorry, I don't have much to say at the moment. Man, what if it would be what I would give to be like a fly in the wall just to see how someone like Paolo Uccello painted, like the working process, the studio setup. I've been thinking a lot recently just about how complex, like how difficult being an artist 500 years ago would have been. Like, kind of fell down a little rabbit hole over the past few weeks of doing research onto basic art materials like paper and pencils. And, you know, paper, you know, really doesn't arrive in Europe until the late 850s, 850s or something around like that, but doesn't really get widespread until about the, you know, 18 or the 11th century. And so what predated paper was mostly vellum, or parchment, both of which can be made from like animal skins, like sheep skins, and just how the process of making those, how difficult that would be, and how that would really change the way a lot of people would use paper. Like today we use paper, you know, as a disposable item. You know, you draw on a piece of paper, you don't like it, crumple it up, throw it in the garbage. 500 years ago, before paper arrived in Europe from China, or well, originally from China, you would draw on basically animal skins that were stretched, dried, and then cut to shape. And so you can imagine those materials would be quite valuable, right? They wouldn't be just something you would draw on thoughtlessly and then toss into the trash afterwards. You'd want to be very careful that your sketch would have to be, you know, would have to be very thoughtful. Wouldn't just be noodling around on there. So, and even then, that's predates pencils. So you might be using charcoal, but there's also this whole method of using kind of like a dry point technique, silver point, where you're kind of like you prepare the surface. Like a lot of Leonardo's drawings, the ones that weren't done in ink, were kind of on a surface that's prepared, and then you're kind of like scraping into it, almost like you're making a print. So, you know, it just made me think, like, man, like the tools that we have that we think are so ancient, you know, that have been around for thousands of years, are only 300 years old, 400 years old. Like, to have a sketchbook and a pencil, to have those two things as we know them today, it's only really existed since over, what, maybe 250 years? Which is not nothing, but it's in terms of the great span of history, it was a relatively short period of time. Okay, I feel better now that I've got my dragon started. Again, you can see most of the inner lines have now been obliterated. I don't feel too bad about that. If I was really worried, I would do some darker lines before I painted that second coat of paint. So now I'm going to go on to the horse and rider, St. George here. Let's start with the horse. And as I said, I think this horse has got a little bit of a kind of purplish quality. Let's Well, actually, the rider's got a bit of a purplish quality. The horse has got a bit more of a greenish quality. So that makes sense for the armor. Maybe I'll use this purplish quality. Or color. Here for the rider. For St. George, I mean. Goodness, there's a lot of detail. Why do I do this to myself? What perverse desire do I have? It keeps me doing these crazy, complicated paintings. Michael. I mean, the problem is that, you know, obviously I want to try to, you know, include as many great artists from the past, but so many of these great artists from this particular period, you know, their paintings are just complicated. That's what you did back in the day. Okay, I'll let that sit there and dry while I work on the horse. And we'll come back and do a second coat there. Okay, so because I've made the decision to make the rider's kind of armor a little bit on the more purplish side, I'm going to go for a little bit more of a greenish quality on the horse. Stephanie says, I just got home from work. I'm looking forward to part 2. It looks great so far. Thanks, Stephanie. Thanks for tuning in as soon as you got home. That's cool. Okay, so let's yeah, this one's gonna be pretty subtle. Just trying to think. Okay, if I got the princess is red, green, purple. Maybe it makes sense if I'm actually gonna make this a little bit different. I'm gonna give it a bit of a peachy color here with a little bit of my brown from before. You're so sweet, Kathy. My goodness. I feel so blessed to have so many great, wonderful people as part of this community. People who are so supportive and kind. Not just to me, but towards everyone in our group. Well, I guess, you know, here I am painting and I've kind of obliterated a lot of the detail here. Or a lot of my under drawings or under painting, depending on which way you want to think about it. You know, I'm not too worried about that because I've got a few years of painting under my my belt here. So I feel like I can do a reasonable job of finding some of these details again, but this is another reason why this painting would be maybe a bit of a challenge too much for a beginner, is just identifying, like doing what I'm doing, kind of painting back some of these details and or hiding them even a little bit in the process. It could, I'm sure, be totally overwhelming for some people. So the reason why I've gone for a little bit more of this peach, or at least for right now, is just to make it a little bit easier on myself to paint and distinguish the horse rider from the horse. And especially when I've got, you know, a much smaller canvas to work on. I think I'm just going to take every possible advantage I have to make my life just a little bit easier. Kathy says, "Hi Stephanie, it's great to watch and see how the process progresses. It's always something to learn." Barbara says, "The England flag is a red cross on a white background, same as the horse and saddle here. I wonder if that's where it originated from." Well, that's potentially the St. George. I mean, I don't know if it's if it's the only place, but St. George is, I think, the patron saint of England, and so definitely the colors of the British or English flag are intentionally similar to St. George. I don't know if there were other factors that played into that, because I imagine it wasn't the only reason, but it is definitely, there is a connection there for sure. Barbara says, "I'm going to get on with my Shire horse painting very soon. I've left it for a while, but this has inspired me to have another go at this. This horse is amazing." I know, it's beautiful, isn't it? And so that's another thing too about last week we looked at the evolution of this painting. Maybe it's worth just kind of doing a bit of that again. We looked at, there's the original where the horse is, it's there. Let's take a look at the horse. But it's kind of a little bit off to the side. There is some debate as to whether this is actually by Paolo Uccello or by some others in his orbit, but it is considered to be at least attributed to him. Right, so that horse is sort of off on the side. The one he did not too soon after, we see the horse. You know, really well done horse. But the big step up here is where the horse is now kind of rearing up on its hind legs, but we see it kind of from this 3/4 point of view, which is way more complex than his previous version, which is also this one is I don't think there's anybody contest this is a Paolo Uccello painting. So the first version, there's a little bit of debate. Second and third, I think people are pretty convinced. Barbara says, yeah, St. George is a patron saint of England. St. George Day is on 23rd of April. There we go. Good to know. Because some of the, let me see, what's one of the other paintings it shows, you can see there right on his kind of cape, you've got the English flag on there. Other versions of this painting show St. George's shield as having the English flag on there. There's no real, that symbol doesn't quite appear exactly in this painting, but it is. Okay. Let's blow, oh, you know what, before I move on, let's see if I got any of this flesh tone left. Yeah. Let's just paint this on St. George's face. You know what? The tip of his helmet is a little bit different here, isn't it? So I guess the saddle is coming up over his leg. Okay, so that is okay. Oh, there's Pascaline in the chat. Hi, Pascaline. And there's Kay says hi. Hi, Kay. Ah. Look at that. Lots of people chiming in and saying hello. Angel says, hi, Michael. Hi, everyone. That's great. Cool. Great to see people, especially some people I haven't seen in a little while, saying hello. That's great. Okay, let's zoom back out here. So there's still, a ways to go here, but just getting this at this stage here, like, it's not very impressive to see what I've just done, but what I have done is really laid the groundwork for everything I'm about to do for the next few hours. So while it's not like the most, exciting things, it is, what I have done is basically helped kind of figure out the limits of all of these shapes and their base colors. So all this is like really, really important work, kind of grunt work, heavy lifting, that will make everything else that comes on top of it look really, really nice. And so it had to be done. And I'm happy that it's done. Okay. Angel says, Michael, have you done any Rene Magritte, the Empire of Light series on here? I just discovered this, and it's so pretty. I don't know if we did the Empire of Light. We did do... We've done... How many Magritte paintings did we do? Did we just do... I'll just so people know what you're talking about. And there's a number of versions of this that have different facades of buildings. But let's see. I don't know if they're all called the Empire of Light. You can see there's this one. Oh yeah, okay, so that's good. It does show us a few of the different versions here. I mean, they are really cool paintings. I'm trying to think, which Magritte paintings have we done? We did the Doesn't show many of his paintings in his Wikipedia page. We didn't do this famous image of him with the apple. It was kind of self-portrait. We didn't do that one, but it is in the Dropbox. Oh yeah, we did the what is this painting called? We've done so many paintings. I forget what they're called. We did the one of the bird that was that Family of Man. I think is that what that's called? Treachery of Images. That's the one with the pipe. The Son of Man is the one with the apple. This is not showing it, but yeah, we've done a few. But that isn't really. I do really like those ones of the Empire of Light with the two sort of different times of day in one painting. What a great painter! Like both, you know, very obviously very creative and playful artist, but also a technically a great painter. Like to pull off those images, not easy to do. Not easy to do. I'll add it to the list, but realistically, we probably won't get to it for a while, just because of the huge number of other paintings that I've got kind of coming down the pipeline. Okay. So we've got these figures blocked in. We got the basic shapes in place for the princess, the dragon, the horse, and St. George, the knight in shining armor. So now we're going to go in and we're going to start kind of refining them and start putting in the details like the folds and shadows, highlights, you know, any spots, let's say on the dragon, the horse, again, shadows and highlights, but also the saddle and all of the different accoutrements. And then, of course, the St. George, the knight, you know, we could spend a lot of time in there. So each one of these could easily take us 2 or 3 hours to do if we really wanted to dive into them. I don't really want to spend quite so much time here on that. I'd like to maybe think about an hour and a half on each tops if I can control myself from getting too absorbed into the details. So let's go back to the princess here. Again, I think I'm going to work left to right. That way I don't have to worry too much about paint smearing, because I've got this lovely, my hair dryer broke, and you can see it's in miserable condition. So I have to go get another one of these after today's episode. And so, and it only works in the lowest setting too, that means if I want to do any kind of glazing, it's going to make my life a little bit difficult. So let's work left to right. Okay. Was there just an auction of Magritte paintings in which the Empire of Light just raked in huge sums? It sounds like it. Let's just... sold for $121 million at auction 5 days ago. I missed that news totally, obviously. Wow. 121 million. I did not see that. Okay, let's, I gotta focus. get sucked into a totally different artwork. But it is interesting actually thinking of Magritte and Paolo Uccello. An argument could be made that there's a connection there, in that Paolo Uccello's famous for a number of things, but one of which is, embracing geometric perspective and then really kind of going kind of wild with it and really experimenting. In fact, even with this painting, if you do I want to bring all, let me see if I can bring up some of this stuff here. What was the, let me see, it'll take me a second to dig up. So I linked to this video in the Facebook okay, oh, there we are. So what you can see here is how Paolo Uccello in this painting uses multiple different vanishing points. So geometric perspective, at least when Brunelleschi kind of, not necessarily invents it, but really is the first one in the Western world to really kind of explore it, and then Paolo Uccello would be, Masaccio would be kind of the next few who really kind of pick up where Brunelleschi left off. Geometric perspective usually has one vanishing point. We do see that in some of Uccello's paintings, but this one you can just see how many different vanishing points there are. And mostly what they've done here is just using the grass. One thing I kind of did in my painting is quote-unquote corrected it a little bit, just because it just seemed like, again, I know that sounds kind of outrageous for me to try to fix a Paolo Uccello painting, consider that I love him so much, but I also just think, if I'm going to look at my own painting, some of those things that might be a little bit awkward about Uccello's painting just might not be things that I can abide, right? I'll just be like, oh, that just drives me crazy. I know it's what he did, but I can't, like, that part of my brain, I just can't unsee those things. So you'll notice in my version, some of the awkwardness, if you want to call it, of those vanishing points I've kind of corrected a little bit. So whereas some of these lines were more dramatically going in all sorts of different directions, mine are more or less receding to kind of a vanishing point around here. Right? It's not completely, I haven't completely kind of quote-unquote fixed everything, but just a little bit less noticeable or dramatic, those kind of issues. You guys are talking about the banana that was taped to the gallery wall. I think that's a Maurizio Catalan piece, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah. So Maurizio Catalan is also a great artist. He was more of a sculptor, well, not a performance, installation artist. I don't think he's ever made any paintings that I know of. But yeah, the banana is definitely a comedian there. Anyway, okay, Michael. Okay, I'm gonna do, since I've just been babbling on here, I'm gonna make this again. Now that we've done a little bit of the painting in the background, let's start painting. Let's try take two. Now that we've painted the figures, or at least kind of the basic shapes upon which we're going to do all the details, let's do those details now. So we're going to start left to right, just because my hair dryer is also not working very well. So we're going to start with the princess, then the dragon, then the horse, and then the St. George riding the horse. So let's take a look at the painting here and just think about like all the folds and things we want to do on the princess's clothing. So obviously the original kind of the ends there, I've got an extra maybe inch almost here on the left that I can add to her. Okay. Oh yeah, the green. Might be appropriate to do that green right now. Now that green looks a little bit different than the green that's on the dragon. That looks more like my cool yellow and cool blue. So let's mix that color up. We haven't used that color recently. So it's got even more blue. Now I just wonder if I paint that right on top of here, it might go brown. Let's put a bit of white in here, turn it very minty. Okay. Pascaline says, I just went back to painting recently. I tend to do bad drawings as fun because there's less organization grabbing a sketchbook and dry media. I did a deco abstract for my wall and an actress for a friend. Very cool. I love that you guys are doing commissions and things for friends. And I think I'm just going to quickly blow dry this. Nice and dry. Okay, so let's you know what, I should probably let's zoom back. I'm gonna mix my black here finally. I put these colors on a while ago. Let's mix up a big I certainly won't use all this black. Why did I put so much paint down? Now, considering how crudely, you know, I just slapped the paint, or squeezed the paint down pretty loosely without really doing, you know, any careful kind of measurements. I got pretty close to a black here. I'd say it's maybe a little bit on the green side, means I've got a little bit more red and, or sorry, a little bit more blue and yellow in this color. But for all intents and purposes, that's pretty close to a black. So, and the reason why I just did that is I'm just going to give myself this darker color to make like a darker red. In fact, let's mix that up. So I got enough black here to last like 3 paintings. Pascaline says, my dogs seem to love paintings too. That's the problem. I mean, do they chew on them or bite them or try to walk across your paint while you're working on them? Barbara says, I just did a chalk drawing of some fish on black paper. I like trying out different media, but not enough hours in the day to perfect any skills. Okay, let's take I booked a Santa Claus visit for our daughter for Thursday. My mother was texting me, all worried about Santa Claus. Like, we're going back to Calgary for Christmas, and my mother's like, Santa's all booked up when you're here. Oh my goodness. And I'm like, okay, I better get on this. Satisfy the grandparents that they are going, in fact, to have a picture of the granddaughter with Santa Claus. You know, it could be disaster if that didn't happen. So I think that's probably, this will be like the earliest I've ever gotten a Santa picture in November. As a typical dad, we don't usually get the Santa picture until like December 22nd. You know, maybe we should go see if Santa... Oh, and then there's a huge lineup. So it feels almost unnatural to be so ahead of the game. And then after we go see Santa, we're going to go see Disney on Ice. Done that last few years. It is pretty cool. They do a good job. I was pretty surprised. And this time, last few times we've sat pretty high up because I kind of bought the tickets not at the last moment, but you know, maybe a month before. This time I think I got these tickets, I don't know, 5-6 months ago. So, man, as I said, it's weird to be ahead of the game. Pascaline says, yeah, my dogs are like toddlers and think it's fun to grab anything, especially my beagle. Yeah, when you've got children or pets who like to chew on your supplies, I have to have all of my painting supplies in a box that's kind of packed away and not visible, because my daughter will... She's now getting to the point where she can get into anything. So if it's not locked down, then it's going to get used, chewed up. So... Barbara says, when I was a kid, I remember asking Santa for an umbrella. I got a truck because he thought I was a boy. Mom used to cut our hair really short. Man, Santa, what was Santa's... needs to update his subscriber list, or what is that, mailing list? Okay, let me get back to work here, Michael. Enough diddle daddle. You know, I'll diddle daddle anyway. Might as well diddle daddle while I'm working. Okay. So I've got this darker red here, so darker still here, eh? So just paint my lines in and then just kind of go back over and soften them up. Where those folds are going to go anyway. Now again, this painting is obviously much larger than this. You know, 21 inches by 20, so it's like kind of like a poster size. So it's about at least 3 times larger than the size of this 9 by 12 sized canvas. I'm going to omit at least half of the folds here, otherwise I will go insane trying to paint this. So it's funny to me that now that she's, in my version, she's pregnant. Yeah, like this whole story can change quite a lot. Because I think in the original, the princess and St. George do not know one another. I don't until he arrives on the scene. Which is kind of typical, isn't it? Isn't that kind of how a lot of those fairy tales does the prince who kind of quote unquote rescues the princess? I don't know if do they ever know one another before he arrives on the scene? I don't think so. Which begs the question, like, why would someone risk their life to save a princess they've never met? Although I guess soldiers do that all the time, don't they? They go to war on behalf of kings and queens they've never personally met, so I guess it's not so unusual. I'm going to take a little bit of my brown that I used earlier. I better get this part of this trim in there before too long. Stephanie says they do not know each other. It was a lottery and the king had to sacrifice his... That's right, had to sacrifice his daughter. That's right. But as you'll see, partly because of some goofs I made last class, I didn't quite paint the background right up to her body. I've had to give her this... I've transformed her into a pregnant woman. So, while the original, she's not with child, in this painting, she suddenly finds herself that way. So, the question might be, why? How it happened that, you know, whose baby it is, you know, is it... We talked earlier about this, and most people don't think it's the dragon's child. We sort of thought it's probably going to be St. George's child, but you know, how did it? You know, how did? You know, so again, it changes the story because now the king isn't involved here, sacrificing his daughter. It's yeah, the story. My version of the painting is a little bit different than the canonical version of St. George and the Dragon. Barbara says, I'll have to leave you all to catch up on the banana banter as well. It's nearly 3 a.m. Time to go back to sleep. Lovely to chat with you, Pascaline and Kathy and Stephanie. Kathy says, I struggle with skin tone too, Stephanie. I do... More landscapes lately, or Mondigliani does great faces that I find easier. Oh, I must have missed a whole conversation earlier. Oh, Stephanie says, I struggle with fabric and skin tones. Oh, I better go back to sleep. I know my grandson will love this painting. Both my grandchildren were born on Christmas Eve. They were 9. Well, this painting, you know, you could certainly attempt this one. Not that I don't regret doing this, because this is definitely one of my maybe top 10 favorite paintings of all time. But it is a challenge for sure. Okay, let's get back to... I want to use this darker green. In fact, maybe I'll glaze a little bit with it. I added white in there so it would overcome the red that I had painted in. Maybe I can just use those as highlights. Oops. Yeah, I don't know if oh, I just noticed the folds. You know what? I'm just gonna keep painting. I just noticed these folds right there that I missed. I think it's okay. Let's yeah, I'm not gonna beat myself up about that. Let's darken my red even more. Just going to take a bit of bright red right out of the tube now. I'm about to do some highlights here in a moment. And so the bright red right out of the tube is now going to kind of help bridge the gap between some of these the darker colors and the lighter colors. feeling better. Let's give her a little bit of a belt here. Kathy says, just my opinion, of course. That Mondigliani does great faces. I think you're pretty safe. You're in pretty safe company there, Kathy. I think most people would agree too. Okay, maybe I can do that other hand now. Have to remix a little bit of this color though. Now, what do we want this hand to do? Why is... Oh, I forgot to plug my computer. Okay, give me a second here. I thought I saw something weird on the screen a moment ago. What do I want to do with this hand? You know, I know that obviously she's holding this rain or something. So again, obviously I've taken a few liberties with the original. Let's we'll take a little bit of black. Where is it? Mix it into my glazing fluid here. And just take this flesh tone. Use this for very subtle, just trying to define her thumb a little bit there. Maybe what kind of color for the crown? Should I give it like a... What if I give it like a white crown for it to stand out sufficiently? So let's do that. Let's... Just putting a bit of hair back there underneath the crown. Okay, might be, yeah, let's move on from her. I'm pretty happy with the way that is, but I feel like I could spend more time on there so I don't get too wrapped up in that. Let's just move forward. Okay. Warm yellow and warm blue. It's already going to be a little bit darker. Let's just make it just a tad bit darker anyway. We're gonna put glazing fluid in here, so glazing fluid's gonna make it more transparent, so you kind of gotta go maybe just a little bit darker than you otherwise would so that it remains kind of visible. Stephanie says the dragon looks challenging. Yeah, I was hoping since last week somebody would sneak into my studio and just finish this painting for me. But you know, funnily enough, that's just, I'm realizing more and more that's just not how criminals work. They just sometimes just, you know, they're lazy. They're not as good as they used to be. Back in the day, criminals would come in and finish your work for you. But now, like, you know, kids these days, they just don't know how to do real crime. I don't know. That's absurd, obviously. Okay, yeah, it's challenging to say the least. Ooh, okay. Where do we even start here? Let's define some of the things that we can see. Like where's this wing? I think it kind of comes. I've lost all my lines, so I'm just gonna kind of paint them all back in here. What am I really looking at here? I guess these are like some kind of feathers in front. Is that what that is? And then it kind of arches down. I'm definitely kind of confused as to what. How do these things attach to the body? Yeah, this is going to be a challenge. That's for sure. Yeah, Stephanie says the wings look like eyes on peacock feathers, for sure. Yeah, that's one of those strange things, because then you start to wonder, like, well, what inspired this? And it you know, lizards. You know, I don't know how many lizards there are native to Europe, especially Italy, but. So you kind of wonder if this is based on like the history of dragons. Like how much did people actually believe in dragons? I don't know if anybody even ever did. Because when we were last week, we looked at a whole bunch of different images of based on this story, and there are lots of different interpretations of what the dragon looked like. Some of the dragons are larger, but almost all of them are quite small, surprisingly. Like often they show, you know, it's about the size of like a big dog, and not even like a giant dog, just like a Doberman or something. Like they're not these giant, terrifying, looming creatures. There. Okay, let's define the face of this creature. So I don't have a lot of room, so I'm going to kind of improvise a little bit. Like, what is this? The nose? Is that like a ring on the nose? What am I looking at there? Like, what is this? Okay, let's take some black now. I'm going to bring that black into my green. some of these kind of wrinkly rings on here. Just slowly building up the contrast here with these different levels of value. My goodness, how am I going to do those ovals on there? Are you kidding me? This scale, it's going to be pretty tricky to pull that off. Let's Steffi says it's almost like the dragon has feathers, but they are wings, no arms. I don't know why I thought dragons had little arms like T-Rex. You make it look so easy. Well, I appreciate that. It's everything's relative, you know. It's one of those things where you know, when I'm working on it, I feel like, look how far away I am. You know, it's all, that's the weird, wonderful thing about art is no matter how long you've been painting, it never quite seems like you're good enough. There's always room to improve. You know what? I should probably blow dry this. It'll take a second because of how this hair dryer is all broken open and everything. Okay. Not sure how long I was muted for. So hopefully it wasn't that long. Let's, yeah, so we're going to paint the night now. Let's start with what we know. This helmet here. So this is interesting. This almost like a satellite dish. I would have imagined this was popping out, but it's doing the opposite. So how do we? Let's paint this in here. We'll leave a little white halo around the other side. How does this armor work? That's complicated, isn't it? My goodness. But let's just do this. Do these sort of rings. think these fingers are right here. Just got this glove. Not a, I don't know what you call, not a, what would you call a suit of armor? It's not a glove, it's a, I don't know what it's called. Okay, I'm gonna let that dry as much as I can. I'll come back with, again, highlights and shadows on it. I want to tackle the face here. Warm yellow, bit of, it's a bit more red than I was hoping. Darker brown than I wanted. So let's mix this in here. Okay, I'm gonna need to blow dry all this here. Okay, let's get a bit of black into the same color. It wasn't quite dark enough. Anyway, so I'm gonna blow dry that again. Just a tad bit of darkened red there. Now this is just pure black with glazing fluid. I think I strived for too much detail here. So this is almost pure black here, but I've diluted it with a little bit of glazing fluid. Again, you can see that I slowly build up to the black. Now that's my personal approach. I may have mentioned before that I remember I had a teacher when I was in art school who was adamant that you should always start with black and then progressively and also start with black and white, lay in your darkest value and your lightest value right at the beginning, because he said, as you know, which I totally understand, that most people never go quite as dark as they should and never go quite as light as they should and never have adequate value contrasts. And so if you start with them, then they're there, which I totally get, but that's not my approach. I like to start in the middle and then work my way outward from kind of a middle value. So now it might become a little bit more clear as to why I was so kind of light-handed with the background and this dark sky up here. Even though Paolo Uccello painted that quite dark, I didn't want to go so dark so quickly. I wanted to kind of reserve that for this, where I'm at right now. Because if that was as dark as Uccello did, I'd be really cursing myself right now. Like, oh my goodness, how do I define the figure from the background? Which, as far as Uccello was concerned, wasn't a big deal. Like, who cares if the figure sort of disappears a little bit into the background? And that kind of ambiguity is, you see that in a lot of artists' work. But I'm a little bit more on the side of clarity than ambiguity. Which might mean that I'll always be a middling artist. And never transcend to that upper plateau where Uccello resides, but it's okay. I'm at peace with myself, and that's good enough for me. So I'm actually just painting those arms back in a little bit. I feel like they were too dark, too hard to see. I got this on here. Let's do the eye of the beast. I think that will make me feel a little bit better. Let's see, should be looking. I think you should be looking at St. George. I'm not really sure where he's supposed to be looking, but I think that's pretty good. Okay. Jazz says, learning a lot from the beginner's course. Thanks a lot for the lessons. Hoping for lots of improvement in creativity. Thanks, Jazz. I'm glad that that's helpful. I'm assuming that's the drawing course, right? Very cool. I'm glad that people find those helpful. Obviously, I also encourage you to join the Facebook group too, so you could participate in the feedback episodes, and I can help you improve your work. Should it need any improvement, I'm sure you're doing probably pretty good, but if you want my feedback, I'd be happy to give it to you. I kind of like this. I was just using this dark bluish cool green before. I'm just wondering if there's anywhere else I can use it, because I kind of like the look of it. It's just got a bit of an electric quality. Just very super subtle. Probably most people won't even notice that I've done anything here, but just an extra tiny bit of a different color for me makes a big deal. Oh, I didn't even notice this. Well, we'll put that in, that line eventually here. Okay, let's go back to, now we're going to do the horse. Oh, my legs. Let's take a second. Stretch. Oh my goodness. I'm going to paint the saddle of the horse here right away. It's going to help me define this shape a bit more. got a red here with glazing fluid. It's interesting what this red thing is in the horse's mouth. I mean, obviously it could be a rain, but doesn't it kind of, is it just me, or doesn't it kind of look like the horse is just biting on it, like it's a stray piece of fabric? Like it doesn't pop up on the other side there. Obviously we can't see that other side, but if this was, like, I would have put something else on that other side. So I don't know. I don't know what that is. I was gonna just paint it red and then put this over top, but it won't hurt to just block it all in right now real quick. Let's define this horse now. I used this as like a cream color here, right? So let's do that again. I think this is, well, take a bit of brown. Oops. Well, I was gonna add black to this. Maybe I'll start. It's plenty dark enough for right now for first little pass anyway. So this is just warm yellow, warm red, warm blue with white. It is a little bit on the purple, well, it is definitely on the purple side. I don't mind that so much though for right now. Back is kind of killing me. Okay. So once again, I'm just going to go around and try to define some of the major shapes here on this horse, since a lot of the lines have kind of disappeared a bit. So you'll notice, like, when I'm trying to define these forms, I'm not using my darkest black. And that's a particular thing that I like to do. I like to just, you know, figure these things out before I just start, you know, darkening. You know, which puts me at odds with some of my teachers from college, but, you know, we all gotta find our way. I also like using a color like this. It might even be a little bit different than the actual darker value I ultimately put in here. Just, again, gives it something a little bit different, a little bit unique. Okay, like now, as I paint, see what's interesting is, remember earlier when I was looking at this, the original, I couldn't quite put my finger on what kind of shade, or hue, I mean, was in the horse. And I was like, it kind of looks brown, it kind of looks white. It kind of looks, or not white, it kind of looks brown, kind of looks green, kind of looks purple. And it's not really until now, now that I've got stuff in place where it becomes, oh yeah, well that's clearly green. Because now I can see it in opposition to the color I've used. That's why I always say, like, sometimes you just, like, for me anyway, because of the tiny brain that I have, I need to paint it or draw it in order to see it. And until it's there in front of me, I just have no idea whether it's right or not. I can't just magically envision it. I have to mix those colors. I got to paint it, and then it becomes usually very clear soon after whether I've done it right or not. So maybe you've got a much bigger brain than me, probably. And maybe you can jump a couple steps ahead of me and just widening these hoofs. And kind of flattening them out. So they really feel more like planted. He's kind of given him a bit of a square kind of quality. Now, as I was saying, you know, that horse now looks extremely greenish compared to mine. And I mean, that was one of the things I thought. It's possible that it's green. I thought maybe it's possible but I did make a conscious choice to make it a bit more of a yellowish cream color than green. Because I was thinking, you know what? The dragon's green? What color isn't really used here? Like, we've got red in the princess. We do have a green, but it's a cool green also on the princess. We got a warm green on the dragon. The knight, I gave a bit of a purple quality to the gray. So I was thinking, do I want to have green also in the horse? Or might it be nice if there was a bit of a distinction, another color that I really haven't used elsewhere in the painting? So that was my choice. We can debate whether it was the right choice or not, but that's what I went with. So anyway, I'm gonna Jazz says, I just sent a request to the Facebook group. Oops. Excuse me. There you go, Jazz. You should be in the group now. Okay, I'm going to blow dry this. Awesome. Glad that you got in, Jazz. That's awesome. Tomorrow is this week is my last week in class teaching at Emily Carr for the semester. So my phone is blowing up with panicked messages from students about why their projects aren't done and please don't fail me, and to be 18 again. Well, not all of them are 18. Some of them are in their mid-20s, but They all seem like very young to me. But it is funny, all the excuses come out fast and furious when a project is due. I you know, it seems like there's always lots of illnesses in the family that happened right at deadlines. I mean, I'm sure many of them are legitimate, but it is just anyone who's been a teacher themselves is, I'm sure, very aware of of that. Okay, I wonder about putting a bit of. I think I might actually. Well, yeah. I'll do a little bit of green, after all, as a glaze. Let's. Where should I do this? I'm gonna take my glazing fluid, get that on my brush. Just take a little bit. So this is just my warm yellow and warm blue. Let's take a bit more of it. I'm just gonna take it and selectively glaze in here. I don't know how well this is going to come across on camera. It's going to be very subtle. Now this is going to bring a bit of that green that I was talking about earlier back onto the horse. Super subtle. It does give it a layer of complexity, though, that I like. It does seem, you know, that's one of those things. Now it's one of those colors where, like, you know, if tomorrow, if I went, I was going to say 6 months or a year from now, if I tried to repaint this painting and tried to replicate that, I'd be like, how did I do that? And then I was going to say, you know, forget about 6 months, tomorrow, if I was to look at that, like right now, because there's multiple colors in these glazes, it becomes super ambiguous as to what is actually there. Let's blow dry that. This poor hair dryer is barely functioning. So I'd probably get just as much if I was just to deeply exhale all over this painting. I'm going to go back to the color I was using before. Now let's just take more black. Not the color I was just using, which was the green, warm green glaze, but my kind of slightly purplish gray color. I love these kind of wild, flaring nostrils, though I'm kind of limited as to how well I can kind of paint them here. With this super small scale I've got. just basically go right into black now. I wouldn't typically put an outline around some of this, but that's exactly what he's done, so I'm going to follow his lead here. I mean, it is pretty satisfying that, you know, this hasn't taken, I mean, it's been taking me hours to do, but as it comes along, you know, it starts to come together and you start to feel everything falling into place and working, and it's pretty cool. So I just noticed that there's this part of, I think this must be part of the harness here, so let's kind of like that little bit of that slight purple outline around there. I think that works well. Blow dry all of this, and then let's put a bit of this gold So I'm just mixing up a little bit of a kind of golden brown or blonde color, which is my warm yellow plus warm blue and warm red. So I took a little bit of my purple I was just using and mixed it into my warm yellow. It just gives me this slightly kind of mustardy color. The stirrups should probably be this color too, I guess, eh? Okay. So that's where I am right now. I do want to put highlights and maybe even a bit more shadows on a few things. But I am feeling pretty good overall about this. So one of the main things that I would just ask myself is, you know, the original has a lot of much darker values in here, like the cave, much darker than what I mean, basically pure black right there. Same thing with the clouds, basically pure black up here, pure black in these areas. Whereas mine, I've got I don't have any pure black in here whatsoever. There's a few areas that are darker, but nothing pure black. So trying to think about it. Let's Trap Gaming says it's 11:19 here. Is that in the morning or evening? Let's do this. So we're getting pretty close to wrapping up, which is good because it's almost 6 hours since I began, and the previous episode was about 7 hours, 6 hours or so. So this is a longer painting. So really now, I think I just want to do a little bit of highlights. And maybe some shadows. Of course, we're missing the leash on the dragon, and Saint George's. What is that called? The jousting stick, sword. Is it a joust? Is that what that is? Is that what that's called? A knight's joust? So, let's... yeah, so we're missing... In fact, let's put them side by side again. We're missing that joust. If in fact that's... Or is joust? Is that a verb? To joust? The spear? Maybe that's what it is. Spear. Missing the spear, we're missing the leash, and then maybe some darker values. Oh, I guess there's some blood dripping out of the dragon too, eh? I mean, lots of little things. Just depends on how much of them we want to do. What is required. Might go back to the horse, since that's where I just was, and I got a little bit of paint that's still wet enough that I might be able to activate it, because I just want to do some highlights here. So this not only helps create a bit more dimension. In fact, let's zoom in here. But also is helping me cover up a few things. So there was little bits of paint under here. We can cover that up. kind of amazing what just a little bit of highlights can do. All right, we don't want to overdo it. Little dots there on the eyes of the horse. Should we try a few teeth on here? Okay, that's not bad actually. I think I'm going to keep using this cream color. Some of these reflections. Okay. I like that. I mean, I kind of feel like I want to do something to his mouth, but it's, you know, it's not too far off what it actually looks like, doesn't it? Okay. Let's move back to the dragon. Trap says 11:24 a.m. Well, what are you going to get up to on this wonderful day? Another trip around the sun. Got any fun plans? Going to work, going to school, going on an adventure? What's everybody up to? So I'm just mixing up a bit of a warm red with a bit of white so that I can get... I mean, is that a tongue? Is that what that is sticking out here? And then we got this blood pooling out of the mouth. Okay, let's take white and cool yellow. cool blue. Let's try that again. It's funny because I thought the brushstroke I had just done was kind of a little bit sloppy, and then I erased it. I'm like, oh, that was there before, actually. Did a pretty good job the first time. Well, not so happy with those. They look a little bit sloppy. On the tail, I didn't really give it the... Do I want to do all this ribbing on the tail? No. It's another 20 minutes, 30 minutes. There, I think I've done a good enough job that we don't need every detail here, do we? Great, yeah, so little of that was on camera. Great job, Michael. Okay, I think that could be okay there. Now I just got a couple things remaining. Little Frog says hi. Trap says, "Sir, the rope." Not sure what that means. Oh, maybe it's because we still have the rope and we still have the spear to do. I'm gonna blow dry this, and then I think we're getting close. Okay. So, as Trap was saying, we still have the leash here. Okay. So what I would love to do would be to cover this little bit up. Can I do that with... I wonder if I can manufacture just a little bit of... There we go. Had I known it was going to be that easy. So this is just a little bit of ultramarine blue, my warm blue, with a little bit of cool blue as well. Figure while I got a bit of that on the palette, I might as well try to define a few things. Oh, that works well, actually. Okay, so now that's great, because now I don't have to feel like I've got to have this cable artificially high. It can kind of drag down, kind of really sag down low here. So where do we want this? I mean, technically, like what, it's supposed to come down here? Let's use a pretty dark color. Basically black. We'll start with black. Because it's not going where it normally starts, if I have it, you know, I had to make it kind of sag maybe a little bit more naturally, so it's kind of starting in a different place. Might mean it looks a little bit more ambiguous, but okay. Now there is a bit of a bit of white on part of it, so I'm just going to take a lighter color I've got here. I'm going to come back with my black. Maybe I should just leave that. Okay. Now I gotta do something about this guy's mouth. It drives me kind of, just looks a little bit crooked. Okay, so where does this thing begin and end? So almost tempted to. Okay, so if I want to use a little bit of tape, I gotta blow dry this. Okay. So where does this? It kind of comes up there, right about to the nose, doesn't it? Do I want to use tape? I could just tape that down and do a very thin line. How about let's do it? Let's do some tapage. So the reason I'm kind of scraping here with my fingernail is I want to do everything possible to keep paint from sneaking under here. Blow dry. Now, my only worry about this is that this line is going to look bizarrely straight. Like everything else is kind of a little bit imperfect. So let's peel that off. Looks good. It actually doesn't look too strange. I mean, it looks definitely super perfect. But that's not too bad of a thing. I was a little, yeah, that was my main concern. Is like, oh, is this gonna look strange? It's definitely way straighter than I ever would have been able to do just purely by hand. I think what I'll do is just kind of slightly modify it with maybe some slightly darker browns and black, which is going to kind of make it look a little bit more wonky again. But I'm going to blow dry that before I do it, so that if I do make a mistake, I can wipe it away without interrupting what I've just done. Okay. So that brown, let's mix up a brown. Don't have much warm blue left. Don't need much left anyway, so we got our, a green there. So warm yellow, warm blue, and warm red. Give us a nice brown. That's on the almost a little bit too dark. Let's give it a bit more red. We'll take this version and let's make another one that's maybe just a little bit lighter. Painting straight lines at the end of a painting session. Oof. Now I feel like I want this to, I was going to make that kind of darker, but I feel like I want this to be a little, don't want to be too dark. So let's, nice, but it does seem more noticeable than before, or the original, but which is not necessarily a bad thing. I think I do want to, let's darken it again. Just taking my brown that I made up before. I might have to blow dry this. It might still be a bit too wet. Oh, maybe I might just leave it like that. Though perhaps I might just darken, glaze a little bit. So in fact, let's blow dry that. Yeah, I might be happy with the spear pretty much like this. I think let's just take a little bit of black. Just darkening a little bit where it's impacting the dragon, because it looks like it's kind of, you know, on the darker side there. So just a little bit of subtlety. Hmm. Okay, it's let's blow dry this. I think I just want to put a little dot of white on that dragon eye. I think that's good. So, finally, we have reached that part of the episode where we're going to compare these two paintings side by side and determine how well we did. Pretty excited about this one. I think it turned out pretty well. Just before we do so, just to encourage you to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, consider using the PayPal link there on screen. You can use the QR code on your phone, or you can enter that paypal.me/markowskyart. It'll take you to this page where you can donate safely to support the channel. All right, I've just wrecked my hair dryer that's been with me for now 4 years. Finally gave out. If you want to support the channel in a different way than using PayPal, you can use an e-transfer or send a check or money order in the mail. My email is on the Facebook group and my website. All those links are down there below. You can use the super chat while we're live as well. In order to find the Facebook group, to find my email if you want to go that route, and of course I encourage you to join the Facebook group to upload a picture of whatever you've been working on, while you've been listening or watching me paint here. Whether it was a painting by Paolo Uccello, like St. George and the Dragon, or something else entirely, or even the drawing episodes that we did years ago. Click on that link, join the Facebook group. We're in another, basically 4 weeks, we're doing our next feedback episode. And I'd love to see what you were up to, what you've been creating. So, without further ado, let's take a look at these two side by side. So, I'm pretty happy with the way this turned out. Certainly, there are some glaring differences between my version and the original masterpiece by Paolo Uccello. And we can go through them individually here. Some of it has to do with color. Some of it has to do with slight changes to the composition that I've made. And some of it has to do with the level of value or contrast between light and dark. So I think probably most immediately people will recognize that there are major differences between the level of black in this painting, in my painting, versus the original. So you'll notice here in the original it's pitch black. Here in the sky it's just solid black. And there's even a lot of black down here in the ground. And the trees, much darker. Where else is it much darker? Well, there's definitely pure black scattered throughout the entire painting, right? Outlines, details in the shadows. I have not done that because as much as I want to reproduce the original as closely as possible, I also want to continue to develop some of the concepts we've been learning in these Master Study series, which is, you know, as I often say, if we're thinking of a painting like a window, we want our cool colors in the background. So you see this is cool blue back here. We want our warm colors in the foreground. So you can see warm red, warm green, warm brown, and even kind of a warmish purple in that in St. George's armor. So we're using cool colors in the background. That helps those colors recede. And we're using warm colors in the foreground. That helps pull those things forward. Right? Even these trees back here, all that's cool green, which contrasts to the warm green of the dragon. Now, another thing that can help create depth is by using black and white and gray. And black, if we think of a painting like a window, black is like a bug on the window. It comes right up front. So I have avoided putting the black in the clouds and inside this mountain, or inside the cave, sorry, or the cave on the mountain, because that is going to make those things come right forward and compete for foreground space with the four figures, the princess, the dragon, the horse, and St. George himself, the knight in shining armor. Now, yes, Paolo Uccello did that himself, right? He has those dark values in those areas because that was the way people painted back then. Most paintings were like extreme values. And so I don't know. I you know, now that I see it, I really probably could have darkened that, because the saturation level is pretty high on those mountains or those trees back there. So I would ideally knock that back a bit. But I think I'm going to keep it. I'm not going to start fiddling with this. I think I'm just going to let it go. I don't mind that it's kind of saturated. Yeah, I mean, I would want to dial that back a bit, but I could see myself fiddling for another 20 minutes on that, and I think I've dedicated enough time to this painting. Okay, so let's zoom in on a few areas here. In fact, let's go in a little bit more. Okay. Oops. So let's start with the princess on the far left here. Okay, so let's move this all the way just so you can see the painting. The what you see on the left, the original. That's where the image ends. I've got all this extra real estate here that I've filled in. Now, obviously, I had to make some kind of changes as well. Now that I'm looking at it. Her skin looks way more, is not nearly as pale as I was planning on it. I'm not going to change it, but her skin in the original is super pale, super white, like almost literally white. I put this much more kind of orangey brown color as a base layer with the intention of going back and lightening it, but I obviously didn't do that because as I was painting it I was like, it's fine, I like it. So while it's technically incorrect, I don't mind it. Now, you know, again, if we think that's my index finger or that's my thumb, so you could see basically there's like 2 heads tall to my thumbnail. So not a lot of room to work with, and so I did barely any detail on her face. The crown, you know, that obviously got bigger just because of the amount of room. Remember, the original painting is about 3 times the size of this, so she would be, you know, almost the length of my entire canvas tall, right? So that's a lot more room for him to play than I have. Another thing that kind of irks me is her, I guess you'd say her left hand, although it's the hand on the right, is in the original, she's sort of like offering her hand almost, or it's the way that her hand is, it's kind of open. And it's sort of like basically offering the dragon to St. George to slaughter, right? Whereas mine, she just sort of has her hand hanging there by the side. You know, if you go back, you'll see that I tried to repaint it 3 or 4 times, and then I was just like, you know what, let's just move on, because those fingers are about the width of 2 or 3 hairs on my brush. What else is different? Well, here she looks kind of pregnant to me, right? Whereas in the original she sure isn't, and that was because I had mistakenly left some canvas or the Impone Matura exposed here. For whatever reason, I just didn't paint that with my background. I will say that right now it's not so obvious that she might be pregnant in my painting. I think if you look at it, you're like, oh, why is her belly so big? But the more I look at it now, it just sort of, you know, there were costumes like that. They had these, sometimes, I don't know what kind of material, I wouldn't say aluminum, but I don't know, steel, iron, kind of like a cage that would kind of be attached to the waist, and that would cause the clothing to kind of drape over top of it. So although the back side would also, anyway, not a big deal, but I'm just thinking out loud. Other things are the kind of green that I've used for her clothing. I intended to go back and mute that, but as I was painting it, I kind of was like, I like that kind of minty green, that teal color, so I just left it. Yeah, I don't mind. And then obviously there's way more folds in the original than in mine, so I just decided to leave that. Let's look at the dragon now. Okay. Let's get a bit more of that blood. So the colors are close. I think mine's certainly a little bit brighter because, again, I didn't use any actual black in this painting at all. The black is just a color that I made from my warm red, cool yellow, and cool blue. So had I used actual black, we would have got more darker color, darker values in here. But in terms of like the color, I think I'm pretty close. So we've got that warm green with some cool green as highlights. I might have overdid it a little bit with that cool green, which does give it a little bit more of an electric quality, but not too bad. One thing that is kind of different is I had originally painted a little bit of those feathers that were at the top here, and then as I was painting it, they just disappeared. I don't even remember exactly how. And it's interesting because at some point I've had thought that wing was going backwards, and now I see it as kind of coming forwards, like that potentially that is one of the closest things to us. And so while I had originally thought that the wing was sort of tilted that way, I now see it as sort of tilted this way, if that makes sense. That edge is the closest thing to us, like that. This is the closest part of the wing to us, as opposed to this whole time I thought that that was the furthest thing to us and that was the closest. It makes a lot more sense that that is kind of closest. Anyway, I think that's a little bit of a compositional issue, that the way him trying to draw this, I think there would be other ways to make that a bit more convincing. Again, I'm not going to fiddle with it, but now that I notice that, it's going to irk me a little bit. Let's look at the cave. So this is something we worked on last week. Pretty happy with the way that turned out. I think I could, I mean, I was thinking throughout today's episode, maybe I'm going to take some black and glaze back in here and darken it. But you know what? I think it's fine. Again, I don't want to really compete by making this too dark. So there's a lot of, well, not a lot, but there's a little bit of white in this black just to kind of push it back a little bit, because grays tend to have the appearance of receding. And when I was originally painting this, I didn't realize that there was a little bit of sky poking up back here, but it was too late. Once I realized that, to do that this kind of irks me a bit, but I'm gonna leave it. Yeah. So let's look at the sky on this side here. I do think, though, I am gonna just make that moon just a little bit brighter. I think that's nice. I don't want to do... I was thinking maybe coming back with doing the same sort of thing I just did with the moon and lightening up some of these clouds and things to give a little bit more depth, but I think I'm just going to leave it like that. I think it's not the same, but that's okay. Right? I kind of want a little bit of that subtlety there. Same sort of thing. There's these other little clouds back there. I could add a little bit of pops of white on there, but I'm just going to leave them. Okay, let's look at the tree line in behind. So one of the things that was a mystery to me is what is this thing that's right behind St. George, right over his shoulder? I mean, I'm assuming it's more of the cloud, kind of, because I don't think it's a tree, the way it sort of pops out over here. Anyway, that seemed very odd to me, and so I kind of eliminated it. I know that's kind of sacrilegious, but maybe also let's just take a look at the ground. And I think I did a pretty good job matching the colors. There's several layers of glaze. Let me see. In some areas, I think it's maybe appears a little bit more accurate. I did put a little bit of that cool blue on top, even though it was originally a little bit more red, but as a bit of a shadow. Even though there isn't really any shadows being cast on here from the figures. Well, let's look at the horse here. Pretty happy with the way the horse turned out, just considering the restrictions in terms of space. Like, I would have liked to have had these legs be a little bit more knobby than they do appear, but, you know, not too bad. I mean, obviously, there's just so much simplified stuff that I've done. I mean, there's some more musculature here on the horse that I didn't really do. Alright, some of these tendons on the backs of the legs, all of that. If I was working on something much larger, that would be no problem. But yeah, not too bad, considering. You know, let's look at St. George to end here. Pretty good. You know, as I see it, I look, man, there's all sorts of details that I didn't really have in mind, but I don't know. I think that's good enough. Good enough for government work, as my grandfather used to say. Essentially, the most important things are here. You know, when we look at it on the big screen, and I zoom in, you know, there's my finger on there. You know, yeah, we can see definite, you know, things that are missing, or, you know, especially like on the saddle there. You know, part of that, he looks like he's like basically holding on to the saddle, and the saddle comes up over his thigh. Mine, his leg just, that isn't there at all. Right, so does it look a little odd? Yeah. Is it a big deal? I don't know. I think also, you know, the neck of the horse, You know, in the original, I think it might be because this curves in here. It makes it look like a tumor or something, as opposed to his, just that little change in line just makes it look more like it's part of the head. Not a big deal, but it is noticeable, obviously, right? I want to just... Okay, I think that's good enough. Let's call it a day. Okay. It took time, but I'm happy with the way it turned out. And I'm so excited to have finally done this painting. One of the great artists of all time. I know very few people were watching today's episode, but that's okay. It's not all about the views. It's, for me, this is an image that's been in my mind since I was maybe like 5 or 6 years old, looking at art history books on my parents' living room floor. And this picture, you know, nothing more exciting for a little boy than dragons and knights and beautiful princesses, right? To fire up the imagination. So it's cool that all these years later I've made my own version of it. Oh, Stephanie's there. Very nice painting. Thank you, Stephanie. Chris says, looks great. Thank you, guys. Thank you all for watching and for helping just bring a little bit more attention to art, whether that be as just a viewer or as an artist yourself. I think every time we turn our attention towards art, we turn our attention away from violence and anger and destruction, and inspire a little bit more creativity and constructive energy into our world. And boy, oh boy, do we need a little bit more of that. So thank you so much, and we'll see you guys next week. I think next week we're going to be doing... I don't know if it's George Braque or Van Gogh. I can't remember. So, again, a good reason to subscribe. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you again next week. Take care until then. Oh, one thing I wanted to mention. I know I've already signed off, and probably very few people are watching now. But this book I just got from the library. I haven't had a chance to read it at all, but while I was putting together my research on this episode, this book turned up. And one thing I totally forgot to mention is the history. One of Paolo Uccello's children, his daughter, also became an artist. And there is record of that in various books. I think even Giorgio Vasari, who wrote the lives of artists, who wrote about Paolo Uccello, and much of what we know about Paolo Uccello is through Vasari's book. I believe he wrote about his daughter as well, his daughter Antonia, and excuse me, his daughter Antonia. And so this book is sort of a hypothetical, his imagination of her life, and because I don't think there's any images of her paintings that we know of that exist to this day or survived, or that we know of anyway. I mean, it's potentially possible that some of the disputed artworks of Paolo Uccello's could have been done by his own daughter. Perhaps. We'll never know. So anyway, Anne Charnock is also a great author. She's written a number of other books that are art themed, and science fiction stuff as well. Let me see if we can see her. Excuse me. Yeah, her other novel, A Calculated Life, was a finalist for the Philip K. Dick Award, which is a science fiction award as well. I have read. She writes frequently for The Guardian as well. So, yeah. Anyway, just thought I'd mention that before we leave. If you're interested in a little bit more Paolo Uccello, you haven't got enough from the last 12 hours of me painting and talking about him, there's a little bit more. Okay, everyone. Well, enjoy once again, this time for realsies, your evening, and we'll see you again soon.